Hello, chickens. Am I allowed to say that? I feel like that's copyrighted. How's everybody doing? There's 6 people here. Hey, Tom. Veteranga. Sup, Grumpy Granny. Who's the other 3? Reveal yourself. Hey, Game Junkie. Do you have a name? Tell us your name. Tell us your name. Tell us your name. Oh, mate. I got these like Malaysian curry puffs, like the fried variety. So good. But Mr. Roberts. Sup, Shane? Yeah. Malaysian curry puffs. Look at the filling. Oh, can we get close enough? Oh, gotta stand up. Do it without knocking the camera over. Yeah, check out that crispiness. Oh, look at that flake. Seriously. Just falling apart. It's really oily. It's not good. I'll probably reflux later, but we don't get it often. And so when my mom was like, here's a box of it, I went, yes. Yeah, Tom, 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10 would eat. And but it's also spicy because it's actually made by a Malaysian. So I've got that, I've got coffee and I've got water here. I have a funny feeling that this live stream will be the first live stream where I need a toilet break, if you know what I mean. Alex, hello, first timer. What brought you? So, first timers, what brought you here? As with all things, we need to know because on this channel, we believe that data leads to good decision making. So, if you can tell us where you came from, we can do more of that. If it's from a friend, we can reward them somehow. I've been known to kiss people randomly. Hey, Matilda. Mm. Gonna do some labels before we do listing. Let some people trickle into the chat. Awesome. The YouTube algorithm is doing its thing. Thanks, Alex. So for all the new timers, usually what happens is we do 30 minutes of listing and then we do 10 minutes of like chat Q&A. There are people who come and they literally will just chat, but that's okay because if you're focused on listing, you're not looking at the chat and you're here to get some work done, there'll be an alarm that will ring at the 30-minute mark. You can come back, catch up with the chat. If there's any questions worth answering, we'll answer them. And then if you feel like you got to go. I generally try and edit all the Q&A portions into shorter videos for later anyways. So some people will come make it to the live. They'll just watch some people will watch this whole thing throughout the day to keep them company, which is awesome. I'm totally flattered and humbled by that. And some people just want to watch the little snippets. So all that will be available in whatever form. But yeah, essentially 30 minutes listing, 10 minutes Q&A chat. And for the most part, we get a lot done. For me, I generally get between 100 and 120 drafts done by about 1:30, 2 a.m. If you're a beast like Tom, it's probably closer to 250, 300. Yeah, everyone's mileage varies. Depends on the category you list in. Or you could just do 5 if your items are really complicated. Up to you. The point is, you're here, you're listing. That's all that matters. Retro Rangaf, that was like on a jersey. You know those you know how like there are these sports jerseys that have too much sponsorship on them? Your ad sounds like that. It's like we have no idea who the hell these people are, and these these sponsors have no coherence. Like, there's Venus Razor here, and then suddenly there's like a curry puff here. Makes no sense. But it is community sport, and they needed the money. It feels like that. Jada, what's up? I never lost at night. I never lost at night, but I'm behind today, so here we are. Oh, got it. You're welcome to just join and cause havoc like the octopus does. I'm pretty sure the octopus doesn't do any work either. He just comes and mucks around with the chat. And also undressed. You tell us you spend most of your time naked. So I just imagine this like naked, tall, blonde, long-haired Australian man wandering the streets of Ballarat just naked. And everyone's okay with it because it's normal now. It's expected. Addicted to reselling. Hello, hello. Holding a stubby, of course. You can't have the action figure without the accessories, can you, Jada? Jake, I don't share the store, more so because if people want to find it, they'll find it. But I don't like the fact that the store gets unnecessary traffic that doesn't help me make decisions. So essentially, impressions go up. I like the fact that I know what to do when I see impressions go up and down and click throughs and conversion. So if that number gets messed up because a whole bunch of YouTube people come and check out my store, it just annoys me. So essentially, to keep the data pure, it's there. But if people can be bothered and want to find my store, they usually can. Yeah, so I don't promote it, but just for that reason. Liz, Mr. Laurie, how are you? This is an interesting one. Before I forget, I'm in the middle of doing dinner. I have decided to get rid of old photos, random photos found in a storage unit. Would anyone here want them? Random old photos before I get a post on. I thought you were talking about listing photos, as in you just found like a box of photos sitting around that someone might want. Are we talking like when Mel and Tom did that that possum and rat riddled container, just photos of things where people want to reflect on places? I think they mentioned something like I think, yeah, they mentioned something like what was it? Oh, this building is in this photograph, but now the building may not be there, so someone might want to buy the photo because it has evidence of history, like that kind of. You're talking that kind of old photos. That would be interesting, actually. Ooh, that's so cool. He's up from got PTSD from that container. Oh man, I was watching that, and every time Mel did like a, I also did like a, because I don't do very well in that kind of situation. You guys were actually in there, so you were a very brave man. Old family. Tom saying old family photos are worth a bit. There you go. There you go. I can only imagine the amount of old photos you would get from like hard rubbish, or people who do because I think in my reaction video to Matt's door knocking charade, I did say if you're gonna actually do the door knocking thing to source for inventory, just say you're gonna be a space resetter, offer to take people's like clear someone's space, tell them to send you photos. For all of you guys, right? Tell them to send you photos. So you're saying you're a waste remover, space resetter, and then they will essentially contact you and say, "Hey, I've got this space. I need cleared." Ask them for photos. They send you photos. If you see stuff you want, you go there and pick it up. They pay you for the labor. The inventory is free. You sell it. So that's a really good model, right? You see stuff you don't like, just tell them, you know what, screw it. I'm too busy. I'm booked out until September, November, whatever. Just pick something, right? Or your place is too far. Stuff in there I can't take. Yada yada yada. Point being is you get to choose. Anyways, I'm pretty sure if you opted for that model, you'll get a lot of old photos. Also, on the topic of old photos, I just sold something and the photo scared me because it was it was a photo that I took probably like 3 years ago. I don't get rid of old stuff because in toys and collectibles, old things eventually sell. But because the photo style was so old, I'm like, the first thing my brain goes, check the SKU number. Is the SKU number still valid? Good. It's a SKU that is still valid. I wonder if the thing is actually in the SKU because obviously things have moved around. We shuffle things around sometimes. We combine tubs and whatever. So it'll be interesting to see if the item is still there tomorrow. We'll find out. Mel's dry retching. Congrats on monetization. Yay! Thanks, Chris. $5, $5. Probably more, your $5 probably more than I'll make this month for my first month as a monetized YouTube channel. But you guys all made that happen. So thank you very much. I hope to continue to serve you faithfully for the foreseeable future. One of the ones I found in my roof. What? As in you found a box of old photos in your roof when you took over the place, and then you found a photo that sold for $120. That's amazing. Was it nude? Hey, Phil, what's up? What's up? When you say see me this weekend, it's like birthday party, see me this weekend, we'll be watching the kids, right? Phil's a friend from school, but not that way. Like he's a parent friend from school. Brendan, what up? What up? Welcome. Was it from Uncle Wayno's stream that we spoke? Yes, Uncle Wayno's stream. That's it. You live so close. You live so close. We could literally do this live together in person. Da. Drinks on John. Get it? Awesome. Yes, everybody drink. Mandy's new, right? First time in a stream or first time talking, long time lurker. Either case, welcome. How did you find us? All the cool things. Hello. Found a bunch of random shit, including a ghost. Oh gosh. Hi, Matilda. So Mandy knows Matilda. Adelaide? This is cool. Also, I feel like half our profile pictures are really not how we look in real life. If we ever do a reseller meetup, there'll be a lot of like, I feel comfortable, but now I don't. Thanks, Alex. By the way, did the basketball card arrive already? It's been in the mail since Thursday. Have you got it already? Give us an indication of how fast untracked postage actually gets sent within Victoria. Oh, that's a bummer. That is a bummer. Well, hopefully soon. I had to quickly ask before I go back to taking photos, any nightmares at your house Sunday night after the orange thing on the screen? No, surprisingly. I think Octo is right. Like the kids have seen octopi before. Octopuses, octopi, which one's correct? And yeah, very fascinated by the fact that they saw one on screen and thought, Also, it's interesting you said because I am not a stranger to dressing up and doing stupid things with my kids. So in that sense, it was more familiar than strange, if that makes sense. Like it didn't creep them out the way that it would creep out, say, a child that doesn't have fun parents. I'm a very fun dad. You do that. Or do a dunk. I sent you a Tracy McGrady card. You got to do a dunk. What's everyone drinking? I've got coffee because I cannot drink and list at the same time. But if we do reseller meetup, I will drink. Philip will confirm that I drink. We once had a camping trip where somebody requested that we don't bring any alcohol because of the children. And we still did. Like I rocked up the first night, I didn't bring anything because Jenny came the next day. And then when Jenny came the next night, I was like, bring the whiskey. Peter Van Winden. Hello. How did you find us? Let us know. If you have intentions to kill me, don't tell me. But beyond that, like was it Instagram, through a friend on the channel? Let us know. Because yeah, always very curious to know how people find themselves here. Roger Amber's ale sounds like something worth trying. Your hair looks nice, soft and fluffy tonight. Those Venus shavers must be doing wonders. Yes, this is very much Venus. For those of you who don't know yet, there we go. Look at that. Oh. Chris, welcome. Charger 90. Have we met you before? First time here? Sorry if I forgot. What's your name? Kids would be a reason to bring more alcohol. Some would say. Yes, Rob. We have had you before. I think you were on with. We had a session when there was like 2 Robs, if I remember correctly now. The same session that we had the three Adams, and then my friend Adam, 4th Adam, turned up and goes, Adam here. And then I completely did not register that. And then in person, he goes, I said, Adam here. I thought you know it was me. And I go, there were 3 other Adams in the chat. Back Rankin. I think I've seen you in like in Uncle Wayno's chats. Have I? I think so, right? Matilda, I've done themed alcohol with board games before. We did Risk and Whiskey. That was all right. And then we did poker and port. Like, the problem was that if you lost, you had to buy in with a glass of port. You had to shot the whole thing down. And we didn't realize that port hits you a lot later. Sad to say, I felt really, really sick afterwards, and I threw up and was completely wasted. So poker and port, fond memories. Oh wait, yes, Beck. You know, you're like you were on a lucky streak during like Chris's lives at one point, weren't you? I think. Yes, I remember seeing your name pop up in the spins. I don't have anything to give you here other than the productivity streak and the chance to meet some lovely people that hopefully can add value to your reselling community journey thing. Of course, Beck won the graded Pokemon comic. The loot that I wanted that you took from me. Was that scary? Sandra, hello, hello. So I've got a coffee, and this is like my 5th and 6th shot for today. So nothing weak about this. Could probably add some whiskey, but I've taken so many photos. I kind of want to power through it and not fail. All right, so people who are wondering what is this Chris Furlong talking about, because he's clearly decided to use this chat as a way to promote his own selfish endeavors. Joking. So Chris volunteers for Backpack for Kids Vic. In short, they are kids who need foster care or removal from a violent situation. They get given backpacks very last minute. These backpacks are packed by volunteers. Think toothbrush, teddy bear, a notepad, storybook, stuff that allows a kid to essentially regulate in a new environment on short notice. And part of that is he is looking to raise $10,000 by September. So every Wednesday there's some sort of giveaway. We've been donating prizes. There's a raffle that runs. So if you'd like to participate in that, Chris, pop the link in the chat so people can participate in the raffle. It's actually $5 an entry. Turn up 9 o'clock. Starts at 8:30 tomorrow, the live. But at 9 o'clock he does the spin for the raffle. I believe there are multiple spins. Some people who are not interested in the prizes just give it back into the pool anyways. In which case, then more spins. So it's a lot of fun. Go join it. At least do it once. You do it once for the novelty. You do it and out of a good heart. You do it the second time because you love the guy. You do it a third time because you love him even more. So yes, tomorrow night, 8:30. There's also a reason why these listing live streams are Tuesday and Thursday, because I very much respect the fact that when I look at live streams, the hardest thing about them isn't being on a live stream, it's the fact that you do them consistently. And Chris has been doing it forever. So as far as OG reselling live streams go, Chris is the OG as far as live streams. He's just on the Wednesday. That's his slot. It's prime time. Nobody's touching that. So 8:30 Wednesday night, go there, be part of it, join the chat, add to the energy. And most importantly, click the link and buy an entry. Have I bought entries? Yes. Have I won? Yes. Have I given back to the pool? Yes. So yes. Tomorrow, Lego, PSA cards, some anime, sealed box set, and more. Ooh. So Chris is saying is at 5.2K. Wonderful. But yeah, Chris, pop the link in the chat. If that is possible. Might have been blocked. No. I didn't block it. Why would it be blocked? How does Oh, right. Got to make you a mod. Got it. I have no problem with that. Here, be a mod. Try now. Oh, maybe it like blocks it as like a spam thing. If you're not an admin, you can't make links. Interesting. There we go. All right, so that's the link. Yes. Hello, Pia. Welcome, welcome. We got a buzzing 27 people in the room. This is dope. Captain Upshot Nerd. We're trying to get people to not trying. We don't have to try. It should be a pretty straightforward thing. We're encouraging people to buy an entry into Chris's raffle for tomorrow. That's the link on the screen. Hey! The octopus hath blessed us with 888, which is, if you know Asians, that number plate is worth $1 million. $10 million. Thanks, Octo. All right, we'll start a timer. Let's go, let's go, let's go. I'm starting a timer. All right, let's finish up this listing and see what's happening in the chat. All right, what's been happening? Let's have a look. People seem to be doing work. Hello, little boy. Although half an hour late. Yes, go to Chris Furlong's channel and you'll see a live and click the notify me so that you know to go. Yes, Chris, we are a very generous community, as you already know. Thank you everyone who has donated, and you have until tomorrow, 9 o'clock. So if you're waiting to payday and tomorrow is payday, buy an entry. Is everyone listening tonight? Yes, everyone is listening tonight. I'm doing toy cars. Matilda's listing. John Roberts. I feel like you have to say this, that you have to say that you're doing a variety of things, because the last few sessions have literally just been Mills and Boone romance novels. Paul Laurie's got chips. Paul Laurie is a very productive man. So therefore, if he has chips, we will let him have his chips. Switch games. Toby, yes. So I did not realize it was the Pomodoro, and then I realized it was the Pomodoro, but we never had a structured listing thing. It was just listing and whatever. And then Matilda suggested we do the 30-minute and 10. And then I was like, actually, that's a really good idea. We'll give it a shot. But typical Matilda goes, here's an idea, try it, but don't try it. Up to you. Don't feel like you have to try it. And we tried it and it worked. So it's a thing to stay. We're calling it the Matilda method. Apparently, Chris will jump at any chips he sees. Jeez, man. Self-control. Gosh. Women's clothing. Mandy's got women's clothing, standard. Matilda's got clothing and books. What else we got? Alex, books. Sounds like a chicken. Books. I'll be listing shortly. First, trying to get these photos gone. Thought of hearing a $120 photo. I should look at them. Probably. You never know. I think just look at all the photos and see any landmarks that you can see. Google Lens them and see if a building no longer exists, it probably has value. Oh, now I remember. If a town has been decimated by war and you've got a photo of that town before that town was decimated by war, clearly a touchy subject, but people will pay for that, I reckon. Classical music CDs, possibly the most boring items in the world to list, but I have about 10,000 of them. Classical music. I have this fear, right? I think comment in the chat if you're a parent. What is your biggest fear in terms of what your children might be interested in? Some people will say things like, I hope my child doesn't want to get into, horse riding because that's a really expensive. So it's like a financial burden kind of fear. Classical music is one of mine. When I was a banker, I got invited to all these like classical music recital things, and I'd go and I would struggle to just stay awake. Like I don't appreciate it. I appreciate classical music if it's in the background and allows me to relax. But having to turn up and hear a recital, and then just as you're getting into it, You hear this. And it just snaps you out of that trance. Next performance, just about to get into it. Yeah, so no. And then I thought that was it. And then someone said to me, if you think that's bad, imagine having to go to recitals when they are still crap. And I went, ugh. Like out of tune classical music just to get to the gold. Yeah, so that's mine. What's yours? Let me know. Captain Op Shop Nerd hates women's clothes. I used to do women's clothes for a very brief period. A lot to admire, a lot to photograph, but yeah, I constantly felt like I was going to wreck the clothing just because of it didn't feel like there was a lot of fabric holding fabric together. And it felt like, if I store it a bit just slightly rough, or if I yanked it the wrong way, I'd get a strap undone, and the next thing I know, the whole thing's worthless. So and snagging the fabric as well. That used to, because like hoodies or whatever, t-shirts or whatever. But I feel like a lot of dress material can get snagged quite easily. Yeah, so you just be paranoid over that. Does everyone list on their computers, or does someone use on your phone? Computer for me, for sure. Touch typing and big screen beats small phone any day. Alex, Toby says I do both. Photograph on my phone. Yep, same. So photograph on my phone, airdrop to the computer. Never used the bot. Definitely use laptop or PC with the eBase templates. Yep. If you don't do templates, do templates. If you don't have to do templates, Grumpy Granny has a video on that. Go follow Grumpy Granny Flipper. She essentially, if there are no tutorials on this channel, it's because Grumpy Granny already does them and she's amazing. And if you think that us promoting each other is, a bit chummy, we're deliberately doing it because we've realized if we help each other build a community around the content that we want to promote to help you guys grow your businesses, there's no need to double work, and we all can focus on actually getting our businesses growing. Because this is what you want, right? So like if Grumpy Granny is doing the tutorials, why am I spending time building videos for that as well? And if Chris Furlong is doing data-based stuff, why am I doing that too? And if I'm doing live streams, they don't have to host them. So yeah, everyone's leaning to their strengths, and we are essentially, I feel like we're in a bit of a golden age. Sounds corny, but it's true. The fact that there's a lot of good channels starting that just want to promote each other and help each other out. So for example, you got Diary of a Flipper, you've got Two Aussie Thrifters, you've got Mel. Okay, so those are like the OGs that come to mind. And then you got like Uncle Wayno's making a comeback. You've got Blake, Life of Reseller, and then you've got CR Furlong. CR Furlong also an OG, I guess. Sorry, Chris, you know what I mean. And then you've got like myself, you've got Grumpy Granny, you got the Octopus. Who else? I'm missing people, but the point being is there's enough kind of like, if you want this, go here. If you want this, go there. Want this, go here. Want this, go there. That this kind of ecosystem, amazing. You'll learn everything. So I'm going to buy a pillow to smother John's printer with. Sure. Make the trip. La 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 la. Photo. Paul going at a stale item listed in January last year, ended and sold similar this morning with a quantity of 10. Two of them just sold. Cool. That printer is like the rumbles on the highway, making sure we don't lane those. Look, it's a sit-stand desk. It's got like a plastic holder for the ream, and everything just rattles, but it still works. This is the Rollo. Like when you watch like American videos and they talk about this Rollo printer, this is the Rollo printer, but like the knockoff version, and it's lasted me for 2 years. So I've never had an issue with it. Never had any jams, whatever. I think it only costs like $250 for this, and and I can use any generic label. I know a lot of people will go buy the Dymo. The Dymo is like the branded one. Everyone seems to know the Dymo, but I've only ever heard, if ever I hear problems with printers jamming, it ends up always being a Dymo. So if you guys don't have a label printer, want to get a label printer, just type in Rollo printer into Google, and whichever off-brand one you get, just buy that one. Catch of the Day generally has like 5 or 6 anyways. Just pick the cheapest one. Cabled instead of Bluetooth, because I don't trust Bluetooth yet. Bluetooth also consistency. I don't trust that either. So for me, it's cabled, and yeah, gets the job done. Does ending a listing and then selling similar refresh it on the feed? It does get a new item number, should be treated like a new listing, but there are plenty of folks that don't think so because it's a black box. I guess choose a side. Yeah. So list if you can kind of hack it a few different ways. If you have an item that's stale and hasn't gotten much and hasn't sold, let's say it's been around for like a year or two, and then you decide to do a sell similar, essentially new item number means it gets fresh impressions, but once again, if it's a not desirable item, it's not desirable. It's like removing a foul mouthed person from a room. You put the foul mouthed person back into the room, everyone eventually notices the foul mouthed person, just ignores them anyways. But that being said, though, there is this conspiracy. I don't know what it is, but essentially the whole preferential impressions. So imagine if your item is a sought after, it's a competitive item, crowded listing search thing, and eBay has to choose 50 listings to show. Of course, if there are 100 listings, it may be in the bottom 50 that never get shown because it's old, it's had its go, and the newer listings may have their go in the top 50 that the buyer gets to see. So therefore, the new item number technically should put it back in the top 50, and hopefully there's a buyer who wants it. So that's the idea with the whole self-similar thing. Relisting, on the other hand, obviously doesn't achieve that. However, I like relisting because it keeps the watches. So therefore, if you have a replenishable, like in my case, Hot Wheels, right? If I've got 10 of a car, I'm not going to put all 10. I'm not going to put a quantity of 10 because I know that the item never ever gets, no one ever buys more than 2 or 3 at a go anyways, not at my prices. So therefore, I always list 3. And then once the 3 is sold, I relist another 3. So the watchers keep seeing this item. It's still there. It doesn't actually go stale because, but all 10 get sold in a year anyways. It's just that if I list all 10, it affects the price. And buyers will go, well, if there's 10, I'll wait until there's 2. So therefore I put 3, it goes, 2 gets bought, 1 gets the last one gets bought, 3, release, and yeah. So that's how I use those 2. As to the relist for quantity and urgency, that one makes complete sense. That's common sense, logical. The sell similar part, as Paul said, black box, you decide what it is. Because at the end of the day, right, if you search for an item, you don't see it, but someone else does see it, that really tells you that the algorithm chooses who gets to see what. Yep, lots of eBay buyers filter by newly listed. So if you had sold 2, you will sell the rest in the next few days. Yep, I think a sold item with remaining quantity gets a bump up. At least from my observations, a lot of listings with big quantities, once the first one sells, it takes off. Agreed. Yeah, Toby. Paul tends to Paul is a bringer of chaos to our chats. Not really AI, referring to the algorithm. I also don't really want, like, to be honest, with AI and listing, I don't really want it. I want automation and efficiency. I don't want, like, for example, I like the fact that Facebook recommends to me listings that I like based on the photograph. So despite spelling errors, despite lousy descriptions, Facebook still can identify items within a photo that I would like and therefore show that listing to me. That kind of stuff I would really like. But in terms of, AI in other areas, I don't know, man. I feel like I trust I also like the fact that if you have, think about how much more competitive reselling will be if you had AI helping everybody and holding everybody's hand. The fact that we actually can choose listings. Here's an example. I use the example all the time. Clothing. You have clothing. If clothing have proprietary prints, and you know that your buyer will search by color because they don't care for the print. The number of times you'll see, women's, like, brand women's overall size, and then like galactic majesty. That's the print. Unless you're a brand nerd, no one knows that. So someone might see somebody else wear those overalls and go, I wonder what, I want to buy them. I know the brand. Where'd you buy them? And the person will say, oh yeah, I bought these at this brand. So they've got the brand to work with. But then the rest of the words, even the buyer probably doesn't know what galactic majesty is. So the fact that someone can go and say, stars, space, purple, black, you as a seller can choose which route you go depending on who you want to sell to. Do you want to sell to the brand or sell to the person who happened to see something nice, found a word, and then was searching with very rudimentary terms? I feel like if AI merges all that together, that is, you lose that competitive edge. So I like the fact that I can target based on that. And if SEO remains manual, I like that better. I think Paul likes that better too. Peter's out of picks. Well, our friend Evelyn, she who normally comes, I think, to the Thursday one, she showed me a photo of her pile of stuff that she had prepped for the listing live, and then she was in your position, ran out of listings very quickly. And I did say to her, when you showed me that pile, I thought maybe it was a bit too small. So for the depending on how you list, right? So for me, I take about 2 to 3 minutes each draft, sometimes less, because it's a category I sell very niche. So therefore, if I can do, say, 15 drafts in half an hour, multiplied by how long I'm going to be here, usually I know it's about 100 items. Trying to have that ready. And then once you do a couple of these listing lives, you'll know how to really maximize the session. And I think most of us already know what we want to do with the session before the session even starts. Most people, if you're coming to the session to chat, socialize, and connect with people in the chat, you're not going to suddenly at 1 o'clock go, all right, let's get listing. So really, from the start, you're like, all right, today, listing time. Unless you're Tom, in which case Tom just is always listing time. Yeah. Good, Mandy. Love it. Come to more streams. What's Granny saying? When Granny speaks, I'm afraid. Can you use some of your coffee money to buy a new ringtone? I could send you some ringtone attachments if you know how to add them to your phone. Unless someone knows how to add like recorded ringtones to an iPhone, I feel like iPhone makes you buy them. We wouldn't mind if you know what, Granny. I will find a way to record you singing the balls of the balls of O'Leary, and then we'll turn that into a ringtone. How's that sound? Soda City Flips. Hello. What's your name? First time here. Vinyl records, older photos first, old fashioned. Mine for my kids is YouTube. Biggest fear. Oh, right. Sorry, we're answering the question now. Cool. Wait, where do we start? Mine for my kids is YouTube. Why? Why is so the question being what is what is something that you fear as for kids? For me, classical music, having to sit through them learning how to play a classical instrument and hear like bad violin until they become good at it. Don't want it. Octo, biggest fear is them not taking over the world domination business. You set the bar pretty high for that one. So many classical music CDs. Photos can do very well. Depends on how old they are and also how iconic the fashion, hair building. Ooh, so it's actually time. Like if you're Googling and you can't find anything that resonates with you, photos could do that. Yeah. Would I want my kids to be into reselling? Interesting. Elaborate. You see, this is why I want to do like some sort of a everybody gets to talk at a session, because if you ask someone to type stuff into the chat, I think there's a limit. There's a limit on characters you can use in the chat as well. I want my children to get into sourcing for my reselling. 1 out of 3 is not bad, Granny. 1 out of 3 is not bad. 1 more, you get a passing grade. Teaching my kids how to resell so they'll stop coming to me for money. They're adults with jobs. Wouldn't want my kids to be a criminal, and if they were, at least be good at it and wear a suit and tie preferably. Alex says Grumpy Granny tutorials are amazing. Can confirm. Yep. Chris going leverage your strengths. Tom saying zebra label printers are better than the rest of them. Yes, but also zebras are very expensive. Of course, Tom has something like how many listings do you have? Like 200,000? That's something like that. 250,000. So if you've got like 6 figures of listings, then yeah, zebra printer, high mileage type stuff. But if you are sitting on a measly 80,000 listings like me, then the Rolo is a good starting point. Especially if you're in the, especially if like, so for example, I think I might be wrong, but I remember Zebra being like $500. Am I wrong? Because I remember thinking to myself, I can either afford one Zebra or I can afford two Rolos in case one of them fails. Granted, when you buy something, you're like, I need backups from backups just in case something doesn't work. So the fact that I haven't actually had to open the other Rolos because I bought two at the same time, I'm like, yeah, it's good enough. So, but yeah, from what I've heard, Zebra is like, if you want to, if you're really dependable, doesn't want to fail, Zebra. Yeah, for sure. Boo! Just as I speak about Paul, the Zebra had kept losing its calibration, forgot where the end of the label was, cracked it and went back to my dymo, even though the rolls are relatively short. So clearly no product is perfect, but Tom, I know Tom is one who will defend himself, so now I'm going to go back and just scroll down the chat. Can't stand the dymo issues with non-dymo labels, and like you mentioned, runs out too quickly. Having a box of 4,000 labels feeding through the back of a Zebra is a dream come true. Of course, 4,000 labels is something that somebody with, I don't know, 200,000 listings would, go, yeah, day in the life. Hi, Jonas, what's up? I use an Oz print which looks similar to a Rolo, great Aussie product with excellent. I think the one I have is the Beeper, which essentially is the Oz print. So yeah, you're right. Super dependable. You'd think Dyno would be greatly regretting the decision to allow Dymo only labels by now. It's so dumb. People who do proprietary English, not my first language, proprietary things for proprietary sake. So dumb. So dumb. Can you imagine someone said, hey, to sell on eBay, you need an eBay certified laptop? How pissy would that be? I love the fact that we all can run our eBay businesses with literally whatever tech we've got, and then we can upgrade it gradually. Like, we should never take that for granted. I was thinking about how when you buy into a franchise, forget about the fact that you're paying to start a franchise, you're paying to buy into a franchise, you're paying from the start as opposed to like eBay where you pay as you go. They also insist that you must use whatever they recommend that you use, otherwise you can't run the business the same way because everything's all stock standard, right? So just take a moment to appreciate the fact that eBay, for people who complain about compliance on eBay and stuff, it's the compliance level is so low for starting a business from the ground compared to so many other options out there. Yeah, just food for thought. For those of us who are feeling a bit ungrateful today, that always sets me straight. That reality, the fact that it's the level of compliance is actually relatively low to get started. And at this point of the live stream, we will promote a channel that is of worth, and so I'll take this time to promote CL Furlong's channel because that has great value. Oh, and also the Octopus, because the Octopus does a podcast with the Grumpy Granny. But like seriously, if you wanna watch entertaining, chaotic content, go watch that channel, because the fact is everything that we do is super random. Can you just imagine this, right? The fact that we're all here, we all sell similar or different things. And yet the way we all run our businesses, as much as we like to think is the same as the person next to us, it's not. We all do things very differently, and we can. And amidst all that chaos, there's still this sense of like, I got you and I understand what you do. It's pretty cool. So Disgruntled Octopus and Grumpy Granny, they kind of delve into that chaos through their podcast. Good stuff. And also, I was a guest on one of their videos, and it's still the highest viewed video of the podcast, and it should stay that way. So if you do watch any Disgruntled Octopus, Grumpy Granny stuff, make sure you still watch mine. It's like a horse race. I'm constantly checking. Am I still ahead? The 4XL can take generic labels, but the new 5XL cannot. Yep. CL is off the bid. We're trying to convince CL to stay up later and later and later because we wanted to push his limits, but he's also a marathon runner. Life choices. A whole heap of people saying they more Daimo. Gotta sell a few more things before I can buy one. It's relatively cheap. Like for about I think it's $250 you get the printer. And 101, I think one roll is like 1,000 labels or more. I think it's 1,000. The ones I have are 1,000. Yeah, you know, if you sell 100 things a month, that's 10 months before you have to change the label thing. Thanks for the sticker, puppy dog. You have been asking whether you can buy super chats. Now you can. Thanks. My wife will be very happy that the channel is making money somewhat. Yeah, 600-ish. There we go. So zebras are definitely a level up. Completely random question regarding printers. Wow, this is a loaded chat. Far out. Am I near the bottom already? All right, close-ish. I didn't realize and have been buying my labels for office rolls all this time. Yeah, so there are many suppliers you can go to that are packaging suppliers. So I get my labels and my bubble wrap through Awesome Pack, mostly because I wanted the bubble wrap that's like 1.5 meters tall. So like when my rolls come, I think they're 1.5 meters tall, 75 meters worth of roll. It's like I hug it. It's about that big, and it's about 1.5 meters high. And that way I can just stack it single stack instead of having them like, because the wind used to come through the side of the house where they get stored and they just roll over and tumble everywhere. And so just having those big rolls mean that I can like cut really, really long. Like sometimes I want really long sheets. And so that lets me do that. Yeah. Oh, Grumpy, I gotta make you an admin for you to post a link. One sec. If I make Grumpy an admin, she's gonna kick out the octopus. So I gotta make Grumpy make Grumpy a mod so she can post her link. But I also have to quickly make the octopus a mod so that she doesn't kick him out. Man, trying to like control a crowd of all right, let's see. Next one. All right, Grumpy Granny, you can post your link now. Just looking at the Osprint printer, same color as my MFC printer, so that's definitely a plus. Cool. Whoa! So generous, Puppy Dog Diary. Thank you. That's like 4 Melbourne dinners and 1 Sydney dinner. Cool, and we're caught up with the chat. Yeah! Shall we do another 30 minutes of listing? For those of you who actually come, for those of you first timers here, I don't know. Hey, Uncle Wayno, he's not asleep yet. Woohoo! Sup. Welcome. If you guys don't know Uncle Wayno's channel, go follow Uncle Wayno. He doesn't post regularly, but when he does, it's like down to earth, super honest content, and he's got a heap of knowledge and experience reselling. And if you like movies and movie conversation, his channel is for that as well. Yeah, so for first timers, for those of you who don't know, who have never been here before, we have the 30 minutes and the 10. But sometimes if we're doing a whole bunch of listing and we just want to keep going, we'll keep going. Sometimes we'll have great conversation, like we've talked about, label printers, we've talked about AI, we've talked about, what else we covered today? Charity run. So we've covered those things pretty early on in the session. Sometimes we'll just have a lot of listing energy at the front end, and then suddenly at about 1 o'clock at night, bloody Tom will bring up a topic that's like deep, and then we have to talk about it because we can't just leave it. So so yeah, just that we don't know what's going to happen, but the energy is different every session. So that's something that I look forward to because I don't know what's going to happen. I'm just here creating the space. That's all I'm here for. I'm creating the space and getting my work done at the same time. And well, from what I've heard, that helps you guys get work done. So yeah, more listing. Shall we get more listing? More listing. More listing. More listing. Rob wants ASMR chip eating. Okay, before we get back there, I think when you look at Tom, so clearly reliability is something that is valuable, right? If you've got a business to if you've got a business that allows you time to fix little problems here and there, then sure, you buy the cheap thing, you'll be bothered with a jam, once again, Tom blocks buyers pretty automatically because it takes time to deal with crappy buyers and you don't want them to repeat and take more time out of your day. I tend to block non-payers quite easily as well. And of course, some people would say things like, oh, you're losing out the chance to make a sale. But here's the thing, the bigger you get, the more you realize that your market is huge. I think that's it. Most people come to reselling, they're a bit like, oh, am I going to make a sale? They make a sale, then you go, oh, am I lucky to make 2 sales? Oh, well, I make a third, then make a third, a fourth, and they forget to adjust their approach, and then eventually get to a size so big where you're still trying to please every customer. There comes a point when you have to go, all right, I can't please everybody, but I know that I'm already pleasing a lot of people. I'm going to just keep servicing them, and at that point, paying $600 for a printer makes absolute sense because then you're trying to feed as many labels through as possible without it breaking, without it fluffing around. You don't want to have to call servicing in. You don't have to replace parts. You don't want to have to oil the thing. It's just like the sound of money printing. I think that's it. So for $600, and if it does that consistently, that's pretty much it. Clearly, as with all things expensive, they are not always the simplest to use as well. So as Paul mentioned, as well with the whole calibration thing, that can be a pain in the ass as well. So yeah, but what it is you don't want things to heat up, things to just stop work. The worst thing, right, with things that, can you imagine you print 10 on a small, on a roller, you print 10 labels. If let's say one of them doesn't print properly, you kind of trackpad and go, yep, it's label number 8, go back to the thing, open the PDF again, just print page 8. But if you're printing on 500 labels and you're going, oh, which one didn't print properly? Essentially, you have to print the whole thing all over again. That's pretty annoying. So yeah. 100% if I was selling as much as Tom, when? Not if, when. When. We're about the when, not the if. The disgruntled octopus is walking in Tom's blocking footsteps. Look, there are so many people on the internet, so many new buyers coming onto the platform. People talk people talk about what was it? That the number of buyers on eBay is going down. Guess what? The number they say things like in the States, people in the States like to complain completely out of context. They'll say things like the number of sellers going up, the number of buyers going down, the platform is dead. No, buyers going down is okay. Sellers going up also is okay because the number of bad sellers going up is also good for us. If we're good sellers, we'll get most of those buyers, and the bad sellers can just piss off. So, yeah. My only piece of advice: if the buyer has a photo of themselves on their profile, that's so true. I've actually, yeah, dude, that's wow. I'm almost gonna take that as data. I've actually never seen a profile picture, usually it's some random, like, flower or stock image, because no one actually cares. To care enough to put your own photo on your on your on your eBay photo. Hmm. Very insightful. Very insightful. I block Uncle Wayne. I block all non-players. I love blocking. I even block people who ask too many questions. Mate, there was this one time. This guy wanted to buy a comic book, and he was like, "Oh, okay, I've got it cheaper." Da, da, da. I'm like, I have it. Mine is the cheapest. I raised the price by $2, and then I blocked him, and he kept talking. I'm like, you haven't actually tried to buy it to realize you're blocked yet. And he kept talking and kept talking and kept talking. And then a year later, he messaged on a different comic like, "Hey, can I get it for cheaper?" I'm like, you still haven't actually tried to buy yet. Like, how have you not realized that I don't want to deal with you, but you're still messaging me? Oh. All right, cool. More listing. Let's go. Oh wait, I was gonna say hello to somebody who was here who looked like a new name. Freedom Resellers, Nigel and Cindy. Hello. Local to Australia. I feel like you guys are from a different country. Are you from a different country? Hi, Scott's here. What up? Ah, West Australia. Cool. Oh, it depends. I think it depends though. Like people ask, are people who ask too many questions automatic blocks? I think it depends, because there are some I think there are some categories where um Western Australia was a different country. Well, okay. So I think that there are some categories where the delivery can be so varied that asking questions is reasonable. So toy cars, for example. So toy cars, I've come to action figures generally get shipped more or less the same way. Satchel or box, bubble wrapped. They tend to arrive in one piece. But with toy cars, I feel that buyers are quite fussy because of the whole, they want it to be flush, the cards to be flush. When it arrives, it wants to be flush and put it on the wall. And it's like, so given the fact that there's a whole there's a range of delivery. The fact that they're trying to ask they're trying to ask if we're going to do a good job without saying please do a good job. I'm willing to entertain it generally if they're a new buyer. And then after I deliver what they ask for, which is my standard anyways, like I don't assume they know how I'm gonna ship the item. Once I ship it and they receive it and they will message back. I actually have one. I was gonna show you guys an example. There was one the guy goes, some buyer in Cyprus. He bought one car as like a tester, and then after that now he's come back for like 6 more, and he's gone. I hope you remember me. I said I'd be back if I was happy, and I am. And so then it's like, ask questions, get to, like, if it's like I want to get to know, I think that's it. If I want to get to know the seller kind of questions, I'm happy with them. But if it's like, I guess in media DVD, which is what you do, the whole asking questions about the movie and about the those kinds of things, then it's like the product's the product. Then I get why it can be annoying. Oh yeah. I hate it when people ask questions like, does it work? Yeah, like, why would I list it if it's not working, and why would I not tell you it doesn't work? But then I realize also, I guess there's some people who do list items and they don't say whether it's working or not, and they just want to be sure. So I get annoyed by the does it work question, but I'll pass it, especially if I write in the description that it does work. I also sell toys that are for certain systems. And if they go, does it work with this system? I'll pass that as well. I'm annoyed by it because the system's name's on the title, but I guess. But yeah, not as straightforward, I feel, with the many questions thing. But especially if it's a getting to know you question. So that's my exception. If they just want to get to know me, know that I'm going to deliver and do a good job, I'm okay with that. If they're genuine questions, it's fine, but usually they're not. It's fair. Ask questions that's already in the ad. Yeah, but answer nicely. Answer nicely. That's the thing, right? For those of you who are wondering what this is about, if you're in a particular eBay group, you'll notice that there was a post today. And if you're in this live chat, I'm so sorry, but we don't see eye to eye on this one. Like this person essentially went in the description, they put no discounts, everyday low prices, yada yada yada. And then somebody went, "Can I get a discount?" And they were like, essentially said, "Dumbass, read the ad." That was how the reply goes. And the person replied with, "Whatever, your loss." And then she was like, "Well, I wrote this description and it saved me so much headache, yada yada yada." I felt like this person, he or she, don't know because it's like a business name, feels like because I wrote this description, I haven't gotten messages. Therefore, if I did get messages, there are people who are the exception. If the way I see it's a bit different, and I go, if you write a message that's off-putting, no one's going to message you anyways, but they're not going to buy either. So if they think they're successful because they are getting some sales, that description, take it away, and they would get more sales because their behavior is off-putting, but they don't see it as off-putting. And this person, my gosh, argue with every single person, but and it happens. Thankfully, it's the minority, but they argue every single person, including Paul, myself. And I even said, like, I even wrote a post. I said the irony of writing a description that no one would read, and then after that, wasting your time to write a Facebook post where it's not going your way. And she felt like a she, but she kept arguing. Some people are thick, so. But yeah, if you're in this live chat, I'm sorry. I don't mean any offense, but we definitely don't see eye to eye on that one. Like, if your behavior is off-putting and it's text, it's not even like they have met you. The text itself is off-putting. Don't do it, because if you take it away, you'll get more sales. We want more sales. Anyways, moving on. Latest Tobes. Brad, what up? What up? Hey, more money. The next time someone pays for a super chat, I'll take off my jacket. Kidding. We're not starting this. The absolute hardest part of running an eBay business is biting your tongue and replying nicely to lovely people. Oh man, too true. All right, let's do another 30 minutes. Nice, Wayno. Ooh, Mel's here. Hey, Mel. I think Tom misses you. He hasn't said it yet, though. Gee, that was quick. All right, let's finish this listing and then see what's happening. Granny, time's up. Some metal came into the chat. Hello, hello. Everyone wants to know. Veggie. Okay. Isn't a violet crumble essentially like a crunchy bar? Like people are getting outraged. People are getting upset about the not liking Vegemite part. Vegemite's hard to like. I mean, takes a bit of learning. But how do you not like something with chocolate? That part I don't quite get. I feel like chocolate is chocolate, right? Like, do you just when you give someone a chocolate bar and they don't like it, I feel like what they're really saying is I prefer something else. But for someone to say I don't like chocolate, I find that very strange. Bunch of talk about Chris getting banned. Yeah, that one was interesting. I think it's I found that whole Chris getting banned thing interesting because on the one hand, a lot of us do eBay to get out of the whole bureaucratic environment of corporate work. I started doing eBay because as a finance broker, I didn't like the liability aspect of it, being that in 7-10 years, whatever, somebody can come back and go, you gave me advice to do this thing, and then I did it, and I lost a lot of money, and it's your fault, and I'm suing you. And then I have to go and dig through a bunch of like files and folders and whatever evidence I can find to prove that I didn't give that advice. So that liability thing I didn't quite like. But essentially, what it comes down to is you are forcing an adjudicating body, whether it be a court or a tribunal or some sort of professional body, to make a call as to who's right and who's wrong. And very clearly in those instances, it's not a matter of fairness; it's a matter of selfish interest, right? So so I guess if let's say the professional body wants to protect the customer, they will slap the fine on the finance person. But if their aim is to protect the image of the professional body, then they will try their best to dismiss the buyer and protect the finance person. It's not about fairness; it's about selfish interest. So I think with the Chris thing as well, it reminded all of us that because here he bought a personal collection. He had some, I think from memory, some prototype Nike sneakers that went for really big money. We're talking, I think it was 5 figures. And he was saying that the profit wasn't even that high, but the fact that he couldn't prove that he got them from somewhere and there were no invoices, I think it was a cash deal. Details are blurry. Long story short is there is no evidence that he actually bought it. eBay then essentially banned his account because they didn't want to take the risk that they were essentially fencing stolen one-off goods. So, which goes to show, right? It's like, sure, you go to eBay, there's less liability, there's less overhanging, whatever, but there are still items that will draw that kind of attention because eBay don't want to be the center of, for example, the first edition of Mein Kampf being sold and fenced through the platform. So yeah, when you're selling things, clearly don't try your best to avoid things that draw that kind of attention, really. But that being said, I don't like the fact that the banning of Chris, because he's such a big seller, made everyone kind of go, oh no, eBay is really scary. Fundamentally speaking, when you break it down, eBay as a platform, a lot of things can be sold. A very small sliver of items will not go well for you, in which case, don't insist on having to sell those items. Don't insist on needing to flex that you managed to sell, the car that this person drove, and you want to be like, the bragging rights are not worth it. If you want to run a business, there's plenty of things to sell. Go find them instead. That's it. Alex going, discovering new things is the best. There's always something more to learn. True, very true. What else? We have people talking about leaving bricks and mortar, coming online. Yep. Go follow 2 Aussie Thrifters. Lots of great information there. There's a community of resellers in WA. Who knew? Thanks, Paul. Yes, everyone liked the video. I don't know what that does, but like the video. Apparently does something for the back end. Waiting, coming from retail, totally agree with Nigel and Cindy on waiting for customers. Yep. Customer service is draining. There was not much left in the tank by the end of the day. I do love my customers, however, and will miss that side of things. Ooh. Mike sounds a bit muffled. Maybe I'll just put it here. For me, I used to work as a bank teller, and then I was a branch banker, and then I did lending. I feel like there's something about when someone tells you it's not good enough, and it really and everything in you just wants to help, and you can't, or you don't, you shouldn't, and you're forced to make like a call as to whether their judgment on not good enough is accurate, and that's really stressful. What was it? Oh, there's this radio show. Oh, what's it called? I can't remember who they are now. They make really good jokes. Anyways, they were saying that someone commented on how when in a road rage situation, Tony and somebody. Anyways, like a road rage situation, like people usually flip you the bird, right? But it has no effect. And then they were saying sometimes someone tried to do the thumbs down thing, and then that made someone really angry. The fact that a thumbs down means like not good enough, as opposed to like you're an idiot. So you're an idiot, people just brush it off, whatever. But something about the you're not good enough makes people go, but. And yeah, retail, there was a lot of that. Like the whole just, this is not good enough. This is not good enough. And you just see them seething, like, this is not good enough. Christmas period, the worst. Like I remember customers would get their cards swallowed by the ATM. They'd come in and go, give me my card back. And we're like, no, we can't. Like we can't access that room until like a certain time in the day. That's not good enough. Yeah, but I can't do anything about that. That's not good enough. And it's just really angry and stressed. Yeah. I don't miss that about retail at all. This is exactly what these live streams are about. Well, in addition to productivity, forming community. So awesome. No, I still do not like Vegemite, but my son does. So does that count? If he likes it and I don't, I guess that's okay. You guys do really cool thumbnails. I like them. Mandy, do it. Organize the catch up, because we have to do a Melbourne one as well. Avalon's here. I filled an empty tub full of clothes tonight, photographed and all getting drafted now. Awesome. And you're putting on the big screen. That's it, right? It's like so easy. I think that's it. Like the fact that we can all not to do work right now and we're choosing to, and this environment helps us to get work done, is amazing. I still have this goal. I have a dream. 100 people doing a listing live stream at exactly the same time. Pressure from Nike combined with setting an example. Yeah, exactly. Whole bunch of selfish personal interest people, and you realize, and I think you just realize how small you are, and that's why don't get too attached with the platform. When you do okay, when like just write in the comments how many of you guys actually have done a SWOT analysis for your business, like strengths, S for strengths, W for weaknesses, O for opportunities, T for for threats. If you have done one or haven't done one, you should always review it. So as you gain new competency, you move weaknesses into strengths, like bad at photos, now good at photos. As you become busier and you no longer you're starting to lose your grip on things that you're managing, like you're doing your books a lot less frequently. You may be the working space may be getting messier because you're not clearing out the death pile as quickly as you should. Or if you're like me, I have this bad habit of I'll bring a tub of toys back, I'll clear out the cream to get them listed, and then I'll just stack another tub on top of that, on top of that. And if I end up getting like say 10 tubs in during the next in a 2 day span, I'll get just a pile of tubs, and I need to go sort that. So that's very much like something that used to be a strength. Clear it all becomes a weakness. So you be doing that. Opportunities and threats. The one to point out is the threat part. That if you're tied to one platform and you really don't have anywhere else to go, that is a threat. Because similar to how like our businesses need the internet, without the internet, if we can't sell, that's a problem. So that stays in the threat category. Most people don't like filling that out because they don't like to be aware of it. Be aware of your threats because it forces you to constantly be on the lookout for what is your backup. Something as simple as, if I cannot sell on eBay anymore, can I take my stuff to the local flea market? If I cannot sell my stuff on eBay anymore, is Facebook a viable option? If I don't sell on eBay anymore, how much product can I actually move on Gumtree? That will kind of give you an idea of, if shit hits the fan, how much money can I possibly, potentially, maybe still make, and can I break even? Can I get by? And that will kind of help you to kind of, I suppose, it'll keep you honest and humble, because there are some people who will match their lifestyle to their increased revenue, and then the moment they can't do that anymore, there is no other option that can sustain their lifestyle, and it becomes like a stress fest just because they've set themselves up to not deal with the threat. So SWOT analysis, do one if you haven't done one. If you don't know how to do one, say so in the chat. We can talk about it at length. I can do a full video on it. It's a lot of fun because it really, especially if you do it with somebody who knows you really well and somebody who calls you on all your bullshit, you'll find that you'll find that you'll see holes, but then you have to force yourself to go, these are holes. It doesn't mean I'm a bad person. Doesn't mean I suck. It just means I have room to improve. Perspective shift, right? And then you come back into the community and go, hey guys, I've noticed this hole. How do I fix it? How do I fix it? How do I get better at it? So that you're shifting the conversation from oh crap, okay, I guess I can fix this. I can, but I don't want to. I will, I won't. You know what I mean? Like, it's a bit of you get the idea. So SWOT analysis, make sure you do one. COVID, I bet you COVID and the Ukraine war was not in COVID, Ukraine war, China, Taiwan, that was in nobody's SWOT analysis in the T section. Think about it. Like, if you're if you're or more, for those who put COVID in the T section, probably moved it to the O section because of the fact that COVID actually gave us a lot of opportunity to sell, right? That's what I mean. The moment you become aware of all these things, as a business, you can do anything. I think that's it. Especially if you're coming from a job setting where you expect everything to be lined up for you and set up for you to operate, you have to shift your perspective on what you do to the fact that you can do anything. You move anywhere. You can start, just like how you can do reselling. You can do reselling over there. You can do reselling in a different country. You can change categories altogether. There are no rules really, apart from legalities. So the fact that you can do anything also means that there's a flip side. Anything can happen. Having that awareness is so important. Alex wants the first edition of that book. Okay. We will speak no more of it. John's got a great question. And John, by the way, ask your other question as well. I have a name belt, but I can't think. would be a fake great belt. Thinking of selling as a brown belt, no name. Is that okay? I just wear it seriously because someone's gonna buy it thinking it's a deal, and then after that they're gonna figure out it's a fake, and then they're gonna, yeah, just wear it. The big one I see is from the Facebook support groups is people don't know the policies and will actively fight against even when you slap it right in front of their faces. Yes. Oh, some people are thick, like so thick. Nah, grumpy. Nah, the no. If you're not sure if it's real, people are gonna people jump on things all the time. They go, "Ooh, I'm getting this thing," and then they don't get it, and then they'll find a reason to return it. It's just a waste of time all around. Don't do it. Got a head up team. Nice, Brad. Appreciate you popping in and appreciate the super chat. Puppy Dog saying goodnight. Sandra saying goodnight. Toby wants to go to WA because he needs space. Thanks, Puppy Dog. 70-inch television. It's funny. The television we've got, I think it's like a 55. And then my son went to my parents' place and was like, "Hey, Dad, why does granddad have a projector?" And I went, "Well, because before you were born, the 55 that we have was in their place, and then we got that TV because we didn't have a lot of money when we got married, and now Dad's essentially gradually upgraded to like an 80." So he goes, "What's the point of a projector?" Yeah, good point. What is the point of a projector? Brendan, retail isn't for everyone. As someone who trains, coaches retail staff, it's all about understanding the customer expectation. Agreed. Yep, Matilda's got a SWAT. Alex, I've got too many W's at the moment. You gotta work on making them S's. Mm-hmm. Yep, Nigel and Cindy, do a SWOT. Do a SWOT. You will love it. SWOT. So SWOT. So opportunities and threats. Books with a signature considered acceptable due to the writing in the book or just judged on the rest of the book? Is the signature the author's? If not, then it's acceptable only the minute it's got any writing or mark inside. That's fair. Yeah, that's fair. 16 items tonight, but that's all done and 40 drafted over 3 platforms, about 5 minutes each. I'll have like 10, 60 seconds left to list each. Yep, do that. I used to have recurring nightmares of working retail at Christmas time. I close the doors and go to count the till, and customers will still be getting in. Christmas people are the worst. Like retail staff should either be paid more or be allowed to slap customers. I feel hot take. Do with it what you will. Judge condition the rest of the book. Note in the description in your item specifics. Yeah, and then I think that's the thing with books, right? Because there's so many bloody pages, it can feel like you want to note every single flaw. And there comes a point when you just have to go, do I spend all this time noting the flaw, all these different flaws, and the value of the book? Is it justified? I mean, obviously, if you're selling like a $9,000 book, then yeah, you go through every single, But if you're talking like even like a $20 book, really, you just pick a condition that describes the general, but then also go down a tier. I think Mel mentions that as well, like just going down a tier if you're not sure, and people will buy the book and be happy with it. Toby wants to actually August is his socials month. Gonna try and smash the sharing things. Yeah, happy to collab. Let me know what you want to do. All right, if you don't follow Captain Op Shop Nerd, do it. Instagram. My missus was an elf at Christmas. A nightmare's win. Oh, no kidding. Ooh, ooh. if you provide the granny with a good enough chance to do something different, she might ditch the octopus. I'm a classic book collector. That is literally the only reason. Having a part of history, even though it's the worst part of history. That is interesting though, isn't it? Like the fact that it's I think it just shows you how many people don't deal. Like I know sensitivities and what and all that, but it's just that it comes down to this whole not wanting to face and deal. And isn't it interesting? Human nature. We just don't. We'll say we'll get offended. We'll say it's not politically correct. We just to not deal. And you can think about those people who start reselling or start being their own boss. That don't deal mentality is very obvious. You'll see them buy lots of stuff, put it into a death pile, and then just not deal. You see them not do their taxes. You see them not want to know if they need to be registered for BAS or not. You see them do all these things that are just I don't want to deal with it things, but in reality, you become your own boss. You deal with everything. So yeah, that default not healthy. And we should try not to change our try to change our history. We should not try to change history. We should learn from it. So we don't make the same mistakes again. Agreed. All right. So this is as you can see now we've got some good questions going, and John did ask for the collective effort on this question. So I'll let you guys have a go at this one. Have 3 weeks off work in August. Wanting to give my eBay store a boost. What's the best way to do this? Probably have 200 good listings in my to list pile. All right. Go forth. If you had 3 weeks off, what would you do to give your store a bit of a boost? I'll let the comments roll in and then I'll say my piece. I'll refill my water. All right, here we go. What do we got? Avalons. Okay, so I've been listing just 3 to 5 items a day super consistently, and I've been amazed at the more regular sales currently coming in. Yep, more activity, more sales. And also, Octo and Grumpy Granny did bring this up, and Tom talked about this too. The platform doesn't care if you list every day if it's crappy items. The platform cares for activity. So anything from revising new listings, replying messages, maybe even logging on, like just the fact that you're there making changes, all those things, activity. If essentially if it looks like the lights are on, you'll get traffic. If the lights are not on, you don't get traffic. So that's a good one. Sandra, all the that's classic books. Top 50% promoted listings, they'll do it. 50% markdown also will do it. Granny going markdown sale, run coupons, delete crap, edit listings, and this. Consistency works for me, and ending crappy listings. Yep. Paul spent a week drawing up a chart with colorful diagrams of what to list and when, then realized I now only have 2 weeks, so spend another week adjusting the chart. Oh, Paul. Rob, I guess it would depend on what your achievable ability is after the 3-week schedule and draft the listings to trickle on in a sustainable manner. Yep, someone's thinking about the future. Good. Sandra, if I had 3 weeks off, I'll probably waste my time or go on a three-state thrifting trip, staying with friends along the way. Nigel and Cindy, list, source, then source more. Yep. Matilda, it is my opinion that the best thing to do is drive traffic, is bring sales, is to list. Works better than any hacks you might think. Okay. Mandy, yep. My best months of last financial year were in Feb and April, and those were months I was super consistent. I've fallen off, the sales have dropped, but getting back there this month. Okay. Avalon knows Mandy. Cool. uh, Tom going, nah, but seriously, all you need to do is list an item that will never sell, put it up for $900, then put a 90% promoted listing. At the same time, run a buy three, get 23 free coupon. That's too complicated, Tom. Oh, buy three, get two free coupon. Collect. Okay, for me, if you have 3 weeks to do something, thank you everybody. All great ideas, all involve activity, which is good. If you have 3 weeks, right, I think the first thing I would do is I would actually look at what I'm selling well and what I'm not selling well. And then of the things that I am selling well, ask myself, do I actually like selling them? And if I do like selling them, I need to figure out how to actually sell them better. The stuff that I'm not selling well, if I do like selling them, so ask myself, why is it if I like selling something, why am I not doing a good job? And figure out how to improve that too. So this is more of a, because to me, if your perspective, if you're gonna take time to work on your business, you have to kind of look at it and go, what's actually working, what actually isn't working, and that perspective change changes everything. For me, that's, you turn the head, you go in a different direction. So the other thing is, so I wouldn't be so quick to work in the business yet. The second thing is also to look at your older listings, to ask and to actually try and reprice them as if it's your first time listing them. You'll be surprised. A lot of sellers don't account for the fact that items come and go. So you could easily have listed an item, priced it according to that search and Terra peak at the time, and then a year later, so much has happened. The product could have tanked. The product could have gone up in value. You know, both situations could be going against you, because if you're the cheapest item, if items have gone up in value, people might be going, why is it so cheap? I don't want to buy it. I don't trust it. If it's gone down in value, why is it so expensive? It's not worth my time. So just by pricing afresh helps you to understand the market movement since you listed it, and then recognize, wait a second, this item actually has some sort of a rhythm to it. And that alone could easily educate you on the category, because you could have been building on a foundation that wasn't a real one to begin with. So that's what I would do. I like revising old listings and looking at the pricing and movements afresh, because that it's how do I put it? It's like when you start dating and you feel like you've done a good job, and then the next one, and then by the time you get to like the third or fourth go, you reflect on the first one and go, oh my gosh, I sucked. Wow, yeah, I should not be trying to build on that anymore. So it's kind of like that. So that perspective shift on doing this whole thing afresh. Yep, bundling into lots, that's a great idea as well. Draft bank, things like fruit and veg, if they leave stock out the back, it won't sell. You might miss the opportunity to sell before anybody wants it. Yeah, true. I very seldom do draft banks. I just make them live. The only time I schedule a listing is if I know that if I already have duplicates, or if I know that certain items chunk together quite well. So you can imagine, if someone has a saved search and they're scrolling through the photos, they could, like, do you guys know, right, in the app there's like a saved search that if you go to the feed, it scrolls like an Instagram feed and people just see a bunch of photos. Can you imagine if somebody has saved a particular search for a particular item, and then if you have, say, 5 or 10 of those items and you list them all at the same time scheduled, at a time when you know most eyes are on your store because you've seen the spike in traffic, that person's going to get a high. It's like, oh my gosh, there's like so many of this item that I want in different variations. Like I like this model car, and there's like 6 of them, or I like this particular team's merchandise, and there's like 10 items to pick: a cap, a jersey, a scarf. You kind of see the likelihood of purchase is quite high, or at least you might get a follow. You'll get a bunch of clicks. Even if they don't buy, you'll get the send offer notice to then send them an offer. Be like, hey, I know you like this. Here's 20% off. Buy it already. So that to me is the power of the scheduling tool. But yeah, draft bank. I've never understood the whole draft bank thing. To me, it's like if you're gonna do the draft bank, just list it unless it's an item that's gonna. Yeah. Anyways, that's I don't get the draft bank thing. Sandra and Alex connecting over classic books. Good, good, good. Grumpy Granny, the whole scheduling list, the whole scheduling, because like if you're trying to create the impression like you're there when you're not, I get it. Like it's an indication of activity, but is it? Because really, if you don't have the item, you make it available earlier, people are gonna find it anyways. It's very seldom that a buyer comes, searches for an item, and you're just gonna fall off the newly listed because you didn't list it then. You're trying to time for a possibility that you don't know will or will not happen. So really the best chance is to just list it and see if anyone buys it today. That's how I look at it. So unless you're trying to simulate some sort of an experience for the buyer as opposed to for the algorithm, the whole scheduling draft bank thing doesn't make sense to me. You say the octopus is time consuming. He says the old lady is time consuming. You should poll that. See what you get back. Hmm. Yeah. See, so Tom goes, draft banking is about consistent habit of listing. The draft bank thing is a very daily refinement thing. They talk about the draft bank all the time. And but Chris is also someone who is very much about developing habits, because people, if you don't develop good habits, end up just having bad habits. For me, I'm very much a so here's how much of a, if I don't see the point, I'm not going to go through with it. I started commerce and law. That was my first degree. Within my first year, I decided I wasn't going to be a lawyer. I told my mother, and and this was back when I didn't have a mind of my own, but I very much was already like, if I don't see the point, I'm going to do it. My mom said, if you want to do a marketing major, fine, but you have to finish your law degree. I still didn't finish my law degree. In short, if I do one more semester, I will finish my law degree. I did not do it. Then I graduated from commerce with a marketing degree, started working in the bank, realized that I needed a finance major to get management, whatever. I started that finance degree, essentially took my credits from commerce, started a finance major. And when I had one unit left, it's an advanced statistics unit before I can graduate, I quit the bank and became a mortgage broker. And for that, I needed a diploma. Because I didn't need the finance degree anymore, I still have not finished that one unit of statistics. And some of you people in this chat are the types that are like, it's only one unit, just finish it. You've already got this far. I am not that kind of person. So for me to, if I don't see the point of doing something, I will literally not do it. I don't have that, that sunk cost bias that some people have, which is like, I've already done 2 years, I might as well finish. No, you've done 2 years, but if you don't need anymore, don't waste one more year on it. So likewise, I see draft banks very much like that. Unless there's a purpose to doing something and you know that you're actually having an impact, don't do it, because your time can be better used for stuff that you actually know you're having an impact. That's how I see it. Alex, for those of you guys who don't know, Alex is studying law at the moment. So Alex is actually wanting me to finish my degree. Oh, that's hilarious. Also how I knew that Jenny was the one for me. She's one of those just finish it, you've gotten this far kind of people. And knowing that I was like this, and she saw me literally not finish my finance degree, become a mortgage broker, and then do this, and she still married me. It's like, if there is ever an indication that you found a keeper, I don't know what is. That was it for me. Rob goes, I have my spurts of energy. I feel having items scheduled to go live every day keeps the store fresh. That's fair. Or you could just list lots of items at a go, and I mean, think about it, right? If you think of activity, you still have to go and reply messages. You still have to send offers. You should still send offers. You still log in. You still fulfill orders. There's still activity. It's not like as if you're listing a bunch of stuff and not doing anything else with your store. I can understand if people say, I need to schedule listings because I check my store once every 5 days. But but then your business is still one of those 5 day turnover type businesses. If your business is turning over, if you're shipping items out within 1-2 business days, anyways, your store has activity. So it doesn't make sense to not make items available for purchase just because you want to simulate something for the algorithm. It doesn't work that way. The fact is, a buyer is more likely to buy an item if it's available for sale. Simple as that. So unless you're in like my niche, which is toy cars, and I've got multiples, I've got multiples of the same car, price for condition, priced in bundles, individuals, whatever, right? Like I have to decide how I schedule, because if I list too many of the same thing, my price goes down. That's a real thing. It's nothing to do with the algorithm. I know that if I list certain cars in certain bundles individually for a particular buyer at a particular time, they are more likely to buy. And if they don't buy, I'll send off first, and then they buy. So that's all to do with the buyer, nothing to do with the algorithm. I'm very anti-algorithm on this channel because I don't think we're big enough to game it anyways. So if it's activity you want, you already have activity. If you're filling orders, that's good enough. Reply all your messages. We both have gens. Sandra, 1 semester left for my early child education degree, took the childcare degree and walked away from studying. But I'm busy over the next couple of days, so might not get my listings done. And that's okay, Mandy. It's consistency. You can think of it as like if you're the kind of person that wants to be consistent daily, you will just make the time to be consistent daily. If you're not consistent daily, you can be consistent on a weekly basis. It is still consistency. I mean, we're doing Tuesday, Thursday live streams, right? So on Tuesday and Thursday, I put up like 100 listings around this time, and then I may list 20 items tomorrow. I may list 50 items the day after. It's still sporadic, but it's still consistent in the sense that I see the correlation between me and my activity and my buyer's activity, because it's a niche store and the data is consolidated to that extent. I suppose if it's a generalist store, it's a lot harder to see, because if it's a generalist store, you can't quite know when the jeans buyers are buying versus when the scarf buyers are buying versus when the shoe buyers versus when the DVD buyers, because it's all kind of mixed up together, right? That's why I'm very much an advocate of scale up but narrow the store so that you know the activity that you're doing and the activity that is happening. And you can see that link. And you start to not think about the algorithm anymore, because the algo doesn't, we're too small. We're just too small. Let's say, Toby goes, OpShop Nerd, let's say 1 in 5 items sell from newly listed items, list 5 a day over 5 days, you sell 5 things. You list all 25 in 1 day, you sell 5 things in 1 day, and you get the rest of the week off. True. Alex only has drafts to save and walk away. Yep. That's why I feel like that's literally all the draft is for. It's like for you to do a half listing, walk away, and then just remember to go back, because they've also got expiries. Rob, the other thing is, if sales spike, will I be able to handle the spike and get everything out on time? That's a good problem to have. And I feel like once you enjoy the spike, you just want I've never actually met an eBay seller, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, but I've never met an eBay seller who had a spike in sales and said, I don't want this. Everyone has a spike in sales. Go, ooh, when's the next one? When's the next spike? Right? Like they're telling their wife, they're telling their husbands, like, I think a spike's going to come. If a spike does come, watch the kids. They're talking through that contingency, and then when the spike comes, I know you're giving birth tomorrow, but I'll be there. But if I can't be there, John Roberts. Let's go. Grumpy. Just my opinion. For me, if I know I'm away for a day or two, if I still have the listings going live, then I know that I'm still achieving my consistency, my ADHD brain. That's fair. Okay, so it's for you then. It's for you. John, how big is everyone's store? I have 565 listed items currently and working 4 days elsewhere. Would like to turn that around, aiming to get 700 to 800 by the end of my holiday. Yeah, that's achievable. In 3 weeks, I reckon you can. Because I remembered when I remembered it took him from in a month. I went from about 500 to 1,000, but I was like, how what would Jenny put it? It was like an autistic level type. I'm not going to sleep. I'm just gonna do list. Very doable in 3 weeks. I've eaten stamps before when I was on a morning Monday rush. Sandra, wanting to reach 400. Yep, you'll get there. You'll get there. Grumpy's on just over 2,700. La, la, la. Captain Op Shops on 800. I'm on. Depends on how much I bother to replenish. Close-ish to 7-ish now. Yeah. Alex, I said something to my fiance the other day, and she looked dead at me in the eyes and said, "Would you get medicated already, please?" And then walked off. It's funny when there's this whole I if I don't see the point, I'm not gonna do it anymore. I'm just gonna do something else and then pursue that wholeheartedly. And you guys see that with this too, like the whole YouTube endeavor. Like if I see something that's worth pursuing, I'm just gonna do it well, give it pivot, whatever, right? And Jen was like, I need to get you tested to see if you're on the spectrum. And I looked at her and I went, and she gave me a bunch of like not official quizzes to do, and they all came pretty close. And she said, "Oh, I reckon we should get you tested." And I looked at her and I went, "Are you sure that's a good idea? Because you're essentially, if we find out, if I have a proper medical diagnosis that I actually am on the spectrum somewhat, I reckon I would use that to validate all my behavior, and the behavior would not stop." And she's just like, "Ooh." So I said to her, "Do you really want to officially allow me to validate my behavior?" And we've never spoken of testing me again. So Oz Riley, Chris on 3,800. Nigel Cindy on 785. QQ. Well, John, you have your solutions. You have your next steps. Keep us posted. I'm sure we'll see you at all the lives. You can tell us how you're going. All right, I'm gonna start another timer. Wait, Paul, do I have it? Do I have any of the conditions that you see? You talked about. Maybe curious to know though. At least wonder if I have the right to wear any of those T-shirts. Like I have ADHD. Mandy's got a point. Like most resellers, I reckon we have something because this like lack of desire to comply. Well, like all right, I'm pausing the timer on this one. I'm pausing the timer. This I unless you know you have 496,000 in your house and that's a perfect number that's orange. Uh, when you think about it, I am like when I chew gum like four. I chew gum. I chew gum four across, and four across to make like a like a 5 by 5 kind of grid, and then I chew it three down so that it's like a cube of 100. So you think of it like 25, 25. So you think of like a 5 by 5 by 4 cube. That's how I chew my gum over and over and over and over again. I don't know what that says. So you can imagine I'm like doing bite, 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 and then bite, 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 and then after it's like bite, bite, bite. I also got caned. I got like growing up Malaysian, so I got caned a lot, like disciplined a lot, folk, just to focus and study. And then the moment, the moment I went, the moment I got to uni and there was no supervision, I failed my first semester like super badly. Just couldn't. Night, Mandy. See you next session. Go forth and play video games, Mandy. You deserve it. Night, Grumpy Granny. Alex saying he's got 573 listings, going to try and crack 600 by tomorrow night. Nice, nice, nice. You go. You do it. You do it. Liz, I'm trying to do listings, although getting distracted by the chat, definitely realizing maybe I'm more normal than I thought. Start to clean one thing, but move on to 5 other things and nothing gets done. If it helps, you can actually pop out the chat so that you don't actually see the chat and just have it like with the live stream without the chat. So that could be something that can help. If yeah. Good night, Sandra. Matilda is all about be proud of you, embrace who you are, and everyone can go suck eggs. Leaning into the weird, man. That's so important. Like our parents spend so much time trying to make us conform to what they think is best, and then eventually we become grown-ups and realize that we never quite got a chance to blossom. And it's a painful place to be. It's a very real thing to feel. But it's also, it's our opportunity to really lean in and see where that takes us. And I'm glad that we're all kind of on the same page, right? Like if I'm weird, I'm weird. Do something that allows me to be weird and thrive as the weirdo that I am. I hope you guys get to do that too. Alex needs coffee. Good, good, good. People talking about 120 listings a day. 120 listings a day actually isn't that hard if you are. Okay. I lie. 120 listings is not hard depending on category. Like if I didn't have kids, actually no wait, even on days when if I had kids, I have kids. I work Monday. I work a full day because Jen's not working, and on that day I can easily do 150 to 200 listings, because I've got the full day to work, and also fulfill orders. On Tuesday, I get a half day because I got after school activities with the kids. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, there's after school activities. If the kids had if the kids didn't need me to take them after, if I could actually work solid 9 hours every single day, 120 a day in toys is actually quite manageable, past the shipping out of orders. Clothing would be a lot harder. Books, because you break down the steps, right? Like with toys, you take a photo, you just shove it into a box and chuck it into the wall. Like with clothing, you have to fold it and bag it. With books, you can't just throw it. You need to protect the spine, be gentle with it, lift it. You're like if I carry a tub of toys back to the shelf, it's like 100 toy cars, mingle with action figures, whatever. With books, is like no way you carry 100 books, right? So therefore, it's more walking. It's more. See, it really depends on category. Like with Tom, 100 CDs, right? It's not that heavy, but trying to carry 100 magazines, a whole different story. So And with tech, it's clothing for him. So men's clothing, 100 shirts. I can see somebody carrying especially 100 shirts. If you take front and back, in a way that's not hard on your back, it can be quite quick. Because I doubt with like vintage t-shirts, I doubt you, especially if they don't have significant flaws, like what front back measurements, and especially if you have the ruler already on the thing that you take photo on the backdrop, it's pretty quick. So yeah. But the consistency, right? I think people, it's not the 120 that's scary. It's the consistently 120 that's scary for a lot of people, because they go like, wow, would I do that every single day? But once again, if you do it, you get the spike. Once you get the spike, you don't ever not want to get the spike. So in a sense, it's almost like a self-rewarding kind of cycle, I feel. You don't know until you try it, and then when you finally try it, it's like, whoa, wow, this actually is pretty cool. Oh, Paul going with clothes you're washing and steaming. Some people don't wash and steam though. Some people just bypass that step. And I think with was it? So Tom, 1,200 DVDs in 12 hours is my record. Batch processing is the key. Yeah, that's dope. So dope. I should. You know what, Tom? I should try this. Put put 1,000 toy cars in a box and just see how long it takes to just process through all of them. I would be very curious to know how long that would take. But 12 hours, man, you must have a comfortable chair. Sourcing 120 is way harder than listing 120 for most categories. Agreed. Rob, and that's why I hated doing clothes. Plus, it didn't fit. I'm not an XS anymore. Do you have this in XXL? Oh, with DVDs, CDs, resurfacing takes a while. If good nick, then I can push them out quickly. Yep. I don't wash and steam all the clothes I sell. Most of the clothes I sell are new though. That's fair. See, so this goes to show you, right? The spectrum of possibility when it comes to the actual inventory is so wide. And but so many resellers, they get into the reselling, and they feel the need to kind of do what everyone else is doing. Find the mix that works for you. Find the mix that allows you to push things out as good as find the mix that allows you to push things out at a pace that makes you feel awesome. I think that's probably it. Because if you're listing something because you like the item and because you like the profit of the item, but you absolutely hate processing it, you're never gonna grow. So find items that you love processing that have profit. Even if the profit is not as high as you think you should be making, it's still profit. The volume will take care of it because you're processing it, allowing you to actually have volume. Yeah. Yes, Mel, we're still here. These sessions go on to about 2 a.m, so we've got another hour to go. And I'm actually surprisingly awake. Oh, here's something here's something I want to tell you guys. So last week so I'm playing basketball on this team. It's like a domestic competition, men's league thing. And I've only been with the team for a couple of seasons. And there's a guy on the team who's a little bit passive aggressive, and he's one of those I set a high standard for myself, but I'll never admit that I'm doing anything wrong kind of guys. Anyways, he says to me, nothing personal, but I feel like you don't have the skill to play in our grade. And I went, well, bit my tongue. Firstly, wanting me to play a different role, I need to be fitter, I need to be stronger. And I realized that I haven't actually prioritized my health, because I'm trying to get things done. I'm just trying to sacrifice sleep. I don't go to the gym, I don't go for a run. And only this morning have I decided to go for a run, shoot the ball, actually do a couple of drills. And I'm feeling a lot more awake now. I haven't even taken a nap this afternoon. Might need to do more exercise to keep this going. Who knows? How many of you guys actually have like a workout routine? Because I was talking to Chris about this, and I was saying that because Chris was saying that he needs to maintain his marathon things. That's why he doesn't push himself too hard. He goes to bed at a certain time. There's a bit of a discipline, a bit of a routine. And he was saying to me, he kind of envies those when we just like chop and change things up and just pivot and whatever. And I told him that's the cost, right? It's always the physical cost. If we have the brain space and the bandwidth to like try different ideas, change formats on YouTube, do live streams, more live streams, less live streams. Maybe go for as long as possible, whatever. Right. The trade off is always health. It's always sleep and health. If Tom, if you are organized, a listing every 1-2 minutes is pretty easy. But yeah, it depends what you're dealing with. Agreed. Make sure Rob, make sure your clothes you have in the listing, used clothing must be properly cleaned and include a statement that the item has been properly cleaned. John, I'm older. It's more of a survival routine. Fair comment. Fair comment. Night, John. Hey, Paul, it's funny you say that. I remembered when I first started selling Skylanders, I was like, do I have to test all of these? Then I realized, those NFC chips are pretty hardy. So I just decided to test them. And I think out of how many hundreds that I sold, easily, I reckon, I don't want to say I sold 1,000 of them, but I sold a lot. And I only ever had one that didn't work. So yeah, there's some things where you can test. Janelle's not in today. I was wondering why it feels like it's a bit quieter. Normally Janelle comes in around one, right? Ooh. No, not Jody. Janelle, Janelle, the one who does fabrics. Ah, makes sense. Makes sense. What's my top 3 things to list? Ooh, top 3. Mainly toy cars. So like toy cars, action figures, anything with a range. So essentially, the whole premise of what I do is I think of a buyer type, and then I essentially list for that buyer type. So for me, with toy cars, it's about listing, like taking as many photos as possible so it looks like it's real. The angle so that it looks like it's eye level as opposed to looking like a car on like a toy car on a table. It looks more like a a real car on the street kind of thing. In terms of action figures, posing them in such a way that collectors actually like looking at them, so that when they when they can envision the figurine actually being in their collection. In terms of, I do franchise toys, but it's like if there's a show on Netflix that has multiple seasons, uh, Netflix keeps the demand warm, so I'll sell all the stuff from season one to the previous season secondhand. That way, when mums go to the shops, they can't find the toy because the current season is only on the shelf, but the previous seasons are not. Then essentially, knowing that the demand is constantly going because this show keeps bouncing from Netflix to Stan or whatever. So that those are the models, and anything that fits that model, I'll buy. Where's the timer? Good question. Sorry for the slur. The voice starts to slur towards the end of the night. um, AI to hmm. I wouldn't. I don't think AI would actually improve photos that much more. Because I think AI takes away from the beauty of the item, especially if you can photograph an item a particular way. So for me, if you just know how to take good photographs, you don't really need the AI brush up. Because all it is, isn't it? AI just brushes it up, so therefore it makes it looks um like it's not going to do a much. I feel like it's not going to do a better job. And then Paul trying to be more brutal on items that are kind of hard to list. To do this later, Paul more readily toss them. Yeah, same. I'm in the process of doing like a mass throw as well. Hmm. I get the look. I get the appeal of the whole AI thing, but at the same time, also I go, is it really necessary? Because most people, like most items, don't really need that glam up. I know there are items that would benefit from the glam up, and in which case, if video helps you sell an item better, there are other platforms that do a better job of that. Like, I mean, you think about the number of blenders, like portable blenders, that's the handheld blenders that sit on eBay and don't sell. But you check it on a TikTok video and suddenly it sells like crazy. So eBay just may not be the platform for that particular item as well. And sometimes putting more features just overcomplicates the experience, especially on a site that's generally quite patchy too. So yeah, um, not really wanting eBay to overcomplicate it. Alex, iPhone 14 Pro Max. Um, I'll find the example that I always show whenever someone asks me about photos. Most of the people here have seen this example already, but because Toby, you are fresh, I'll show you what I mean. So, wait, so just scroll back down to the Insta post. I really should just keep it like on standby. Where are you? Cool. Okay. Captain Op Shop. I was going to show you some photos if you're still here. All right. So yeah. So this one. So like these are like standard. This is what most people do on eBay, and I guess they would say, what can AI do something with this to make it sharper, look better, whatever. But really, it's just about staging. Like there's nothing about this photo that tells the collector what it can do. There's no conveying of quality. There's no conveying of condition. There's no, it's you can tell it's leaning against the curve of the backdrop. It just doesn't say anything. Doesn't show that the tentacles can stay in the back of Dr. Rock. It's just blah. And then this is what I do. This is my first thumbnail. So essentially, it's like it conveys condition. The AI of the iPhone does the depth of field if you focus on the right spot, but that's just knowledge of knowing where to focus so that the depth of field is in a different spot. Yeah, and then it's like all the tentacles are in there. It's like if I want, how would I envision this figure being posed in a glass cupboard? That's what comes to my mind, and I go make it happen. So that's really it, right? Like, how does AI improve this? Not really, because your next step really is video. And then if you think of video, go to a platform that does video well, and promotes for video. eBay isn't that platform, so therefore knowing angles, depth of field, understanding how the buyer connects with the item, and then just getting a camera that allows you to do all of that, and that's really it. Really, and you end up with this. And then like even I did this one as well, like that. So this is because I like playing with these toys. So therefore, I think about what I do, how I play with it. Here's another one. So I do all like the single, I do all like the single-legged leg. I do all like the single-legged shots to show that the figures can actually hold their weight. Um, that way, when the person buys it, they know that they can achieve what they want to achieve with it. And even something as simple as this, right? These are like the not articulated figures from the 90s. And even then, like this is my first photo to kind of go, what is the action shot that I can take? And as you can see, like all the muscle tone comes out, right? These figures, over exaggerated muscle tone, just from the lighting, and iPhone 14 Pro does the job. So yeah, like AI to me doesn't really do that much more. Yeah, I hope this helps. Who are my buyers? Mostly collectors. Yeah, so I've got stores that sell to collectors, and then I've got stores that sell to parents that want to buy for their kids. So those ones are essentially, if it's a store that is about parents looking for toys for their kids because the kid watches a show on Netflix and then they go, Daddy, I want this character. Can I find this character? And then the parents are like, I've got no idea where to start, except for the word that the child said. Then that store is more about the titling to accurately help them find the item. And then the collector store is all about these like super amazing photos, envisioning how they look like in their cupboards. Even toy cars. I'll see if I'll find some toy cars. Okay. Hold up. Okay, I'll find some toy car photos. So toy car photos would be like that. You know, like most people take a photo of a bone shaker, literally small toy car, massive frame, so it looks like a toy. This doesn't look like a toy. Like you take it on the right angle, you see all the tire threads, you see the actual skull, the actual feature of the toy that the designer wanted you to see. That's it. That's once again, it's just angling. It's angling. It's yeah. So hope that helps. Okay, Alex, I think the issue with the white background, right, is that it force some for this is the whole AI thing. Your phone does better with a balanced spectrum of color than with like white versus. So the thing with the white backgrounds is that it forces your phone to go, if that's white, what color is this? So if your lighting is really sharp and it's not balanced, sometimes the phone gets the color wrong and goes, background is white, therefore background must be brighter and the item is darker. And then after that, what happens is if you shine more light onto the item, they go, well, that spot in the background looks like it's brighter, so that needs to be bright, and here it's dark. And you get really weird shadows and really weird gradients. So for me, you'll notice there's the brown and a bit of white, but it's all very soft. It's not like medical white. The white I chose for my wall is also like a bit of an off-white, so that the phone has a softer contrast to work with. And I've noticed that even with my lighting, there are two like tube lamps that are quite warm. So really, it's warm tube lamps, off-white wall, like a off-white brown kind of table. And I noticed the color just comes out a lot more pleasant on the eye, and that's what you want. Then the AI is actually adjust the brightness for you. So it's quite easy to just go snap, snap, snap. Like I don't spend a lot of time focusing. It's just snap, snap, snap. I've got a video actually which I've done where you see me how fast I rotate the item because everything is soft and the phone knows what to do with what it gets. That Nothing technical in what I've just described because I'm not a photographer technically, but just what I've observed. So I'm actually quite scared to go to a white background. Tom going in media, a seller could target parents that are seeking kids with autism, Wiggles, Thomas, the Tank Engine, have custom toys that would fit that customer. Yeah. So some kids some kids I think they like Thomas because it's got a face. So therefore those same kids would like, I guess, Lightning McQueen cars. They would also like Bob the Builder. They would also like what else has a face? Paw Patrol, Blaze, monster trucks. Like you, if you once you know the buyer, it's a lot easier to flesh out the store for that buyer, and you start to see overlapping purchases. Yeah. Started doing white background because people will say or come up in a Google search. Yeah, look, I did the listing quality report, and none of my listings got disqualified from Google search. And then when I look for items on Google, my listings pop up in promoted listings. So white background is best chance, but really, I find white backgrounds really hard to look at. And when you think about phones and the fact that it's a light shining at your eye, if you're scrolling through a bunch of photos with white backgrounds, it's really painful on the eye. So then if someone comes to your store and they're just constantly getting this white background, you can imagine it's not a pleasant experience, especially if you're on your bed late at night, you just want to kill some time and you want to settle down and you're just not winding down because the white's is really, really jarring. Yeah, completely forgot that we still have the timer running. Go, try it, see how you go. Night, Liz. Who is the biggest second-hand toy seller in Australia? I actually have no idea. Um, what I no comment, but I actually have no comment where I stand. But no idea who the largest second-hand toy seller is. And I don't think I've actually checked because I split my stores up by the niches that I sell in anyway. So I don't know who the actual. But that's the thing, like it's different for the various niches. Like it's different for the various niches. I don't see the same person over and over again. I mean, there are a couple general like sellers, but it looks like they also sell other things. It looks like they just go to a bunch of op shops very regularly or have access to the back of op shops kind of thing. But I don't. But in terms of the narrow niches that I sell in, I do try and be in like the top two of those niches. So if yeah, yeah, I don't know. You check your quality listing report. Do you buy all your toys new and in bulk? I don't buy any of my toys new. I buy them all used. I like used because most people don't know how to sell used. They selling new is easy. Selling used is a lot harder because pricing for condition drastically varies. So for I like the toy car example because it's something that is a bit counterintuitive. You would say that a toy car. I'm not sure. Were you there when I did that? When I showed Avalon the photos of the that toy car? Like, there's the new in package car that is that should a new in package car should go for $29, but then a used car, once you take it out of the packet, should technically drop in value significantly, but it doesn't, because if you take enough photos of it and you show all the angles and you emotionally connect, you know, the buyer will be like, "Ooh, I can see why it's to pay 24 instead of expecting it to be 15 or half the price because it's out of the packet." So most people just assume it's out of the. Most people, they look at it and they go, "If brand new is $10 out of the packet, should be at least four or five. Do I want to sell $4 or $5 items? Not really." But if you take good enough photos and you can connect with the buyer and you give them a store to come back to and over again because they like the fact that you only sell the one thing, but there's like 2,000. I just shipped an order today where there was the guy bought 5 different times, so I had to essentially send him 5 different invoices because he kept buying. And he's like, "I want to keep scrolling. I want to keep scrolling. I want to keep scrolling. I want to keep scrolling." The order was just under 30 loose toy cars because he kept scrolling and scrolling and go, "Oh, I want this one, I want this one, this one." So if you're creating an experience for a buyer, which eBay lets you do through great photos, up to 24 photos, you can get more or less your $8 out of packet when new in packet is 10. But if you're selling a general store, you probably be $5, $4 maybe, and you take crappy photos that don't think about the buyer. So therefore, in that sense, it's a really good defense from competition, because most of the competition either doesn't want to put in the effort or doesn't believe that the effort will render any good results. Yeah. Do you always have one category per store? Yes. Yes, because the same buyer shouldn't have to go through crap. Like someone buying, if you want to be a women's clothing store, don't let your buyers have to scroll through men's clothing to get to your women's clothing. If you are if you're a action figure store, don't let them have to scroll through teddy bears. So like you see, it's all toys, right? If you're selling them as toys, sure, you'd put a whole bunch of toys in your store. You would put teddy bears, Transformers, toy cars, Ninja Turtles, whatever. But if you're trying to sell it posed for a collector, now it's Marvel action figures, Ninja Turtles, DC figures, but all posed. You're not selling the toy grade figures, but suddenly you can also sell your artifacts statues. You can sell your Eagle Moss hand painted chess pieces, because it's all posed for a particular buyer. And then you have a toy store with all the toy grade of the same stuff from lots. So the toy lot comes posed for collector, toys for kids to play with. Same lot split into 2 different stores. That's why the multiple store thing exists. So if someone says to me, "Do I know who is the largest secondhand toy seller?" I got no idea, because I don't. The way I do things, I don't see the same comps. If that makes sense, because like for example, if I'm doing the post figure, whilst I'm comping, I'm ignoring every single listing that has a generic photo or a photo that's front and back, or like in the Doctor Octopus situation, I'm ignoring all of those ones because I know that my thumbnail will always stick out. So therefore, I will price higher anyways. So I'm not trying to compete in the lower price. I'm not trying to be lowest priced. I'm trying to get. The same. So the same figurine at toy grade will go for $20, but the same figurine at posable mint condition grade goes for $100. I'm pricing at the 100, but I'm not taking the $20 photo. So when a collector goes to look for the item, they're scrolling past those listings the way I am. So that's why I don't notice who are my competition, because I don't see them as my competition. But they could very well easily be the largest toy seller out there, but they don't. But they still don't compete with me. If that makes sense. eBay lets you make more than one account. Yes. Just new email address, like you're opening a new account. They know who you are on the back end, so therefore, you could even get it all paid to the same account. So essentially, if you want to have one account, if you want to run it all through the same ABN, they just see it as different storefronts. And eBay gets it. It's nothing dodgy. eBay just doesn't like it if you try and use different accounts to, circumvent bans and all that kind of stuff. But essentially, if you're below standard, you're below standard. It doesn't. You can't get a new account to not be below standard. But if you are a top-rated seller, or you're above standard because you don't have the right volume, but you want to start a new category, go for your life. You're paying additional fees, but if you're also making more sales, so be it. Cool. Thanks, Tom. Yeah, lots to learn. I think for me, it's buyer focus. Like that's my strength. Organization, scaling up, efficiency, those are not my strengths. So that's something that you can definitely teach me. Yeah. But I've always thought about the buyer, because to me, when you even from like my restaurant days, if you cater the service to the buyer, the table that's sitting in front of you, they will spend. Because there are people who I feel like there are people who go into hospitality and they automatically have the belief that nobody tips. We're in Australia, we don't have a tipping culture. And then you go, and then there are those like myself who will go, I wonder how I can make this table feel like they're just at home. Like, is there a way that I can set them up so that they don't feel like they're in a noisy restaurant? Or even if they are in a noisy restaurant, how can they be set up to feel like they are still very much on their own, enjoying time together? And can I serve them in a way that makes them feel like they don't have to get service, that service is there and it understands them? And in the night, I get tipped. And then there are always those waitresses and waiters who go, they just tip you. How much they tip you? Really? They paid you $50? Like, and they just don't want to connect the dots. But I connect the dots. I go, you're off on a smoke break. You're taking breaks. You're hiding in the kitchen. You're not reading the room. You're not feeling the tables. You're not really in the flow with your section. How can you get tips? So likewise, I think if you with eBay, you can do that. You can have a general store, and it's all about you and your processing. You're not having to log in and out of multiple accounts, or you can start understanding your buyers and really get top dollar because you're creating an environment where they like being there. Like, I'll read you a note on one of my orders actually. Like this is hold up, I'll find it. Share the screen. Yeah. Thanks. I'm putting the brakes on now. Haha. This is the guy who bought like 65 different orders. Tell you what, you've got them all polished up and photographed beautifully. Very impressive. Well, I'll let you go on the next part and say thanks again for patience, discounts, fair postage, da 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 da. Can we get my hands on them? Hot Wheels for sure. So like they're just essentially going, I see everything that you're doing to try and get me to buy. And you go, yeah, no kidding. Because this these are what the photos look like. And it feels like a lot of effort for somebody who doesn't sell toy cars. But if you sell it, like as Tom was saying, if you keep taking photos over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, it becomes like a really easy thing to do. So yeah, sorry, kind of went on a bit of a rant. But yeah, clearly like a passion point for me. When your buyers will come back for a variety of reasons. We like going back to the same places that meet our needs. So therefore, if you can somehow solidify your place in someone's head and be part of their selection set, you're more or less set. The algorithm doesn't really factor into your success anymore, because these repeat buyers lead to repeat sales. They then inform the algorithm that this store needs to be promoted more because it leads to repeat sales. Your retention is so valuable. um Grumpy Granny and Disgruntled Octopus, they did a today's episode that came out for their podcast, was like, they reckon, obviously nobody knows, but they reckon the algorithm essentially is like a point system. And if you were to give points, you give points for activity instead of just listing nonsense. You give points for people who revise their listings, lower their prices, run promotions, things like that. You give points also for things like stores that do a stores that do the promotions that the site wants to do. So if you're doing promoted listings advanced, they'll give you more impressions because you're doing what they want you to do. If I was to give points out, I would give a lot of points for retention, because eBay puts in so much. eBay spends the fees we pay to get buyers to get onto the site. If you're not doing what you can to keep those buyers coming back without eBay remarketing to them, they, why would eBay give you traffic? But if you're the kind of store where eBay realizes, wait, they found you via a promoted listing, but after that promoted listing, they essentially they forever became organic traffic. eBay's like, crap, the cost to acquire was so low, and this buyer is doing such a good job retaining them. I'm gonna keep promoting their store because we get the fee without the cost of acquisition. But if you're the kind of store where they have to constantly promote, remarket, like to keep showing eBay ads at wherever, like on Facebook, on Instagram, on Gumtree, wherever, just to get the buyer to get back onto the site again, then your store doesn't deserve traffic. So that's why, to me, the more you can, the and it's a win-win, right? Like, you're essentially taking the buyer away from the search, because the buyer saves you, comes back to you, knows that when they come to your store, they see what they want to see. That's so powerful, because then from that point on, comping doesn't even factor anymore, because all it is they come and see the quality. eBay helps you by putting your item up in best match. The promoted listing is, I guess, secondary from that point on. And then once they buy, repeat. So, because everybody can do service, but not everybody knows how to create space. That's what I mean. If you can create space, that's a extraordinary skill, in my opinion. If you just you can think about two Lexus dealerships. One you go into, you feel like it's amazing, it's well done, it's premium, you want to pay. You go to another Lexus dealership and it's shoddy, it's not done well, the newspapers are outdated. That's the creating space difference. So you get to do that on eBay. Cool. I think we caught up with the chat. Still got 8 people here. Slowly digest it. Don't feel like you have to implement everything immediately. Well, I think we should call it a night. Thanks everybody for participating. See you all on Thursday. If there are any questions you want answered, like John asking about his 3 weeks, what should he do? Feel free to message me on Instagram. Feel free to comment on the comments of the next live that's already been scheduled. And yeah, I'll see you guys on Thursday. Bye.